That's a triple for the nipple. Go ahead, you got it. Oh my goodness! It hit the pin, but didn't go anywhere. Ooh, good one. Oh my goodness! Oh my, no! Oh my goodness. I'm clipping that just for the... I had that one, y'all. Hit the gritty off the pirate ship. Let's go. Let's hear it.
I don't think that's how that works. I think you're hurting the keyboard, sir. Sir, you're hurting the keyboard. Stop it. Get some help. Okay, that's fine.
That is ridiculous! We was in the water! Wow!
Right in the nick of time. Oh my goodness. Sheesh. That took like the entire stream. Wow, let's go. We got it, y'all! My goodness. Oh. We finally got a dub over John Wick out of all people. Oh. Oh my goodness. Let me tell you. Looked at my gun, reloaded the gun, and freaking still got all that off. Not a single scratch either. Oh my goodness. Poor Raptor. You saw the little heartbreak at the end? Oh my goodness. Oh man. That's a dub of the night, chat.
Go to a river, grab a fish, go to a farm, grab veggies, go to the ocean, grab seaweed, go to Asia, grab rice, make sushi.
Oh, you tease. You freaking tease.
Sephiroth, what you doing here?
Whatever.
What are you doing here? Hello? Hello, top of the time zone, everybody. I'm Freddy, and apparently we got Sephiroth here. Welcome in. Oh, okay then. I didn't know you were streaming. Yeah, that's why I was in the PNG channel. I wasn't in the open lounge. Bro has on the Oblivious perk. Tisk tisk. Anyway, top of the time zone, everybody. Appreciate y'all for coming out. Yeah, I decided to randomly stream today because at my old time, nonetheless, because I felt like it, all right?
Word.
Is this green guy now?
Real.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Just everybody just joining up on the VC. It's fine. I was actually about to play a little bit of Killer.
No problem.
Is Kisho coming up too?
That I know of? No. I'm not sure.
Alright, well, I guess you could backseat me as I play the Spring Trap.
I have not played Springtrap, so I don't know anything about cutting off or doing anything, but there's
Well,
some builds and everything that
I feel like my build is fine, so to speak. It's just a matter of, well, the main thing right now that's an issue is, long story short, people are complaining about the gen progress, but me, I don't take this game as serious enough to be like, oh, well, I'm gonna freaking, I want these things nerfed to the ground, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Do you see my screen now?
Let me go back through Discord. Yo.
Alright, so the perks I'm running today is Blood Echo. When hooking a survivor, all injured survivors suffer the hemorrhage exhausted status effect for 30 seconds.
Yo.
Gift of Pain. The main two perks I want to run is Blood Warden and Lethal Pursuer, because I'm gonna chain Blood Warden with Loot Bag, which Loot Bag, while a survivor, also I only needed the Scourge hooks for what's it, the damn Scourge hook challenge. So let me actually can't, but I've been finished that, so that's not an issue anymore.
Just make sure they don't emote tech while at the gate, because they're just gonna make, because you can't grab them while they're emoting.
Well, they can't get out if they hit the
Heal techs is still whatever.
No, well, they can't get out if they got an axe in them.
Yeah, but you also can't grab them if they're emoting, so they could just spam it.
Then I guess we have a stalemate.
Is it permanent that they can't get out with the axe in them?
While a survivor has an axe embedded in them, exit gates will be blocked for them and any survivor within 12 meters.
Okay, so it is permanent. You also, but then you'd have to make sure that they still have the axe in them if you're gonna try and get everybody else down there.
That's why I have Greasy Paper Plate, which increases the time required for the survivors to remove the axe by 15%.
Where is Waterfall?
When you become possessed with one survivor, when your substance gain the undetectable side effect. I could go fire up.
Yeah, but that depends if you're gonna get to, or get far enough into a match where you're near all generators done.
For each generator is completed, gain a 6% stackable buff that grants a speed bonus to picking up, dropping, vaulting, damaging generators, and breaking pallets and breakable walls for the remainder of the trial. I don't see what's the downside of that.
To get much like really good use out of it is to basically not throw, but you know, like a lot of gen progression has to be done.
Well, I'm sure that with the way things have been going lately,
that shouldn't be a problem. It's like, because I've been hearing a lot of people complaining about, oh, like, before they get their first hook, 2 gens already get done. And I'm like, well...
I mean, you're also taking them onto RPD, so there's going to be a lot more pallets and everything. Failure. I just want to have Twitch alerts. Am I wrong for wanting to do so?
Going for Hex the 3rd seal. I'm gonna see if that works with Fire Up. So how are you?
I'm existing.
He's just like me, for real, for real.
Trying to get this shit and my alerts to fucking work, but I fucking can't. Don't know why I've exhausted every single fucking avenue on what to check and what to do, but it's still not working.
Right.
I can preview the fucking alert, but I can't goddamn check the damn test alert. I'm having people telling me absolutely stupid shit based off of fucking, you know, telling them, you know, I've exhausted every single avenue and I don't know what else, but then they tell me something that I've already done. I'm like, I already fucking did it.
Hooray, I got more blood points. Ski.
It's are on, yes.
Also, how you doing, Rafa? I know you're about to go to bed soon, but hello. Also, hello, Sephiroth. Sorry for that awkward moment earlier. Fretster. Boo doo doo. Doo doo. Ooh, I'm now eligible to get the Clawheart badge for Dead by Daylight. To get your loot, claim your drop by July 5th, 2025 at 3:55 a.m. UTC on the inventory page. Boo doo doo. Boo doo boo doo doo. Also, we're running at 1440p.
No kernel limits. Fucking. I'm like, what the fuck?
Alright, and now we can switch to Glitch Trap. Rar.
No other fucking thing.
RPD!
Goddamn here.
I'm gonna chew some gum. If I chew loudly, please let me know, cause
Problem.
I get aggressive with the chewing.
I understand. Fantastic. It doesn't fucking. Properties I don't know about.
What a reversal. I took that flashlight right to the face. I'm on a roll right now. Look who's up. I'm not gonna tunnel. I'm gonna let y'all live for a bit.
I'd say don't call the axe back because throwing it down does give you a slight speed increase because you don't have it on you.
Well, I'm not worried about that.
And the other thing is that the fucking weight is like 5 times the amount of huntresses, so you do have to aim up pretty high.
I'm not worried about that.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna fucking head out. I absolutely.
You're not gonna play? Also, screenshot me pretty much what the issues you got going on too. I'll see if I could take a shot at it. Why do I hear birds? That is a cow. stairs, Megan. There we go. I get the one. Got it. Falcon punch. How convenient. There we go. I whiffed on that for no reason. Alright, Bloodlust 2. Why did I go for that? Got him.
Hey, little mama, let me whisper in your ear. Tell me all the things you might like to hear.
That's strike 2 for you, buddy. You don't see me? Dang it. That was a bit of lag. All right, Steve, is that strike 2? All healed up. Well, they definitely sold out, so I was truly unfortunate. Dang, we got both the Dwights DCing. That's kind of terrible I couldn't get that hit. There we go. Nope. I don't know how I survived that. You know, I'm gonna go find a device. I can go ahead and kill them and let them live. Oh, there you go. Yeah. Dude can't run forever. Why can I not catch this Dwight? Why are y'all hiding? They're not the enemy anymore. It's the damn Dwights. Once I find them, yeah, we're good. There we go. What was that at? There we go. Ah, dang it. what a move! However, that won't help you here. Alright, now it's time to murder the last Dwight. GG's, my bad. I was trying to get the... I would've got so close. They left immediately. Oh well. I hope they understood. But it is what it is. Alright, hooked 8 in a single trial. Not bad. Could have been worse. Could have been better. Now let's try it again, hopefully with less bots at the end game. Oh, I gotta kill 3 in any... Well, I only got 1. Well, skill issue, honestly. Let me choose this one instead. This one is earn 2 chaser emblems of iridescent quality. And I could do that. Question is, do I want to? I mean, obviously. Oh, actually, I could stay on this screen. My dog. Oh, snap. We got a bald Dwight? Okay, gamer. Hold on. Let me test this real quick. There you go. My dog. My brother taught me how to chase the bag. Chat, not gonna lie, I'm kind of craving some ice cream right now. Imagine burning through my totem, my offerings, and not giving me a freaking RPD. Like, what is up with that, bro? Like, what is up, yo? Like, peanut butter and jelly, bro. Like, what in tarnation, bro? Na na. I'm sick and tired of running away. I wish that I could had a milkshake from DQ today. Does that count as ice cream? Yeah, was it a blizzard? Shh. Look at that tail. But I'm not a furry. Oh. Okay, there they are. I see 3. Where's the... Dang, immediately farting on the gen. You know, I should beat up the gen first. Regular strawberry. Yeah, shout out to strawberry. No whip. No whipped cream? That's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it works for him. Falcon! Punch! Well, I guess I'm doing this chase. We're time for that. I don't know. I find it kind of weird. They were all grouped up at that one. They split up as soon as I went to the door. What gen could they be possibly working on? Probably the one in here. I should make it look like I dropped Chase. Oh my goodness, I whiffed. I choked on that so hard. That's right, you go back in the square hole. There we go. You're taking a gamble? You're not even a person I want. Bravo. Someone else here? Oh, hey. I'm confused. I don't even know what to go for. Oh my goodness, what a whiff. Was that the FOV tech? Well, there goes my third seal. I don't know how well I'm doing, but I feel like that was a little bit of cheese right there. Plus, they're running a lot. I need to slow down some gens. Like, those two doors being back to back was just very unfortunate for them. Wait, I just chased you. Or I haven't chased yet. They're probably going back to that gen. Someone's bleeding. Why was I about to open up a chest? What a move. I can't see them through the... No way that didn't hit. All right, I need to lock in. Free drop. I goof. There we go. Direct hit. Oh, dang. I don't know what you're on, lady, but I don't like it. Yo, what was that? Freaking, my thing just blacked out. That was not cool. Man. You had the perfect opportunity to run away when my screen blacked out on my end, but you didn't. I was about to say, there's no way you hit the sacrifice on that. All right, where's that Dwight? Oh my goodness, it did it again. I'm very protective of this gen. You're running out of luck. A little bit of mind gaming, question mark. I wonder if this was the gen they popped. I couldn't tell. Yeah, they popped it. All right, let's just go find another one then. I don't like how I didn't move far. Did he do the one in the basement yet? I don't think you've had your second hook yet. All right. All right, so now it's a... Dang, I stopped that one completely. Let's go over there. Give them a reset. I'm gonna be all the way over here. And I'm gonna count to 10, whoever I find. If I find both of them, then that's on them, but... All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, no peeking, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ready or not, here I come. As if they can hear me. All right. Oh, what is that up there? I haven't seen that before. Well done to get that done. Dang it. Yes, do it. Do it. Psych! Got him! Dang, good call. That was clutch. Bravo. Because if you didn't leave at the right time... Oh, man. Bravo. Great timing. Woo. Aw, no. So... How do I get iridescent? To be fair, they kept bunching up a lot, so I was like, man, this was unfortunate. Well, this isn't... This perk isn't Dwight, so that can't be a depth. I feel bad here. You only have windows of opportunity. Nah, what I've really done if I realize, hey, I feel like I'm kind of tunneling here, I'll just leave them on the ground and be like, all right, I'm gonna let y'all reset. But yeah, the one time I killed 3 survivors by any means, I ticked the thing off. That is hilarious. That is absolutely hilarious. Just my luck, huh? What's so funny, bozo? That's what you sound like right now. Oh. Well, that's unfortunate. Oh, it's time for our next break. So, that being the case, I will BRB TTYL LMFAO. It just blew up in my face. Alrighty then. That took me by surprise. All right. I could have died, y'all. Wow, let's go. Oh my gosh! Wow! Can I get a clip? God! It spells bell, y'all. What kind of plot armor is this bullshit? What? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. He got me good. He got me good. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. This man is a genius. Check. This man, yo, he got me good. He got me good. I ain't even good at that. I am not like, I am genuine right now. Like, freaking, I was like, yo, how the hell did that? That's like, they really made the beat sound like a bell. Oh my goodness. I thought, yo, I was about to be like, I was like, yo, bravo, bravo. Cinema right here. They deserve all 7 Emmys. Real. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. I'm gonna go ahead and take that clip. Welcome back, everybody. So, how's it going? I have chocolate ice cream on standby. I say on standby as if I don't have the whole damn tub with me right now. Let's see, who do I want to, what do I want to do now? We got bloody party streamers. We could do that. I could play as Survivor. That is a possibility. I get more blood points as a Survivor. I mean...
This one seems like a bit toxic, I ain't gonna lie. Let's try a different killer this time.
It is time. Aww. Is there anything I could buy from the stop? I could get the bundle for $250. I can't get it with shards? Question mark? Hello? Super. I imagine, let me see. Golden silk, what's this? Bro is a pimp out here. Who have I not played yet that I can fully... Well, I can't do anything right now. What the heck? Oh, hello there. Hi, how goes? Bonjour, top of the time zone, Aqua. I do apologize. Hello, gamers. Looks like Mix It Up failed my raid alert yet again. But it's okay. Sorry to raid in one. It is fine. Let me shot you out real quick. If I could use the right keyboard. Hold on. Let me do this. I'm down to one monitor, so I can't. I'm down to one monitor, so I have to switch back and forth between HDMIs. But hello everyone, I am Freddy. I am your local multiverse VTuber. You'll see different Freddys for different occasions. Speaking of different Freddys, we're gonna be Alfredo is going to be making a return as a Cruel Summer. As Cruel Summer is going to be back sometime soon this summer. I'm not sure when. I'm working on trying to get some promotional pieces for that. As we're gonna be playing some more Souls-like games. We're gonna finish one. We're gonna finish what's it? Lies of P, since we finally have that on PC. Then also we're gonna have Elden Ring. We're gonna be playing that as well after that. And also for the first time, Code Vein. We've acquired that game on sale, so those are gonna be our 3 games for part of our Cruel Summer Fest. So make sure y'all stay tuned. Keep up with me on Blue Sky and or Twitter. And yeah. Appreciate y'all for coming by. If y'all need to lurk and work, I got you. Thank you again for bringing your community over, Aqua. And yeah, let's get going. So I'm doing a bunch of killer stuff right now because I wanted to see how it would be as killer for a hot minute, because I mainly do Survivor with friends, but this time I'm just gonna wait a little bit because what was it? Shoot. Give me a second. Yeah, I was seeing a lot of, when I was looking at the DVD Twitter, they was talking about how gen progress was super fast. And I will say, it was indeed fast, but I don't know if it's because of my MMR or whatnot, and me being kind of nonchalant about it sometimes. I wasn't really having that much of an issue. I mean, yeah, I did see that it was a bit fast, but again, I was also playing as Springtrap. In Springtrap, you'll be able to like move across the map pretty fast. So I want to see if that's still the case. And if so, well, I'm gonna try to use a different killer, so that way, we'll see how well that works out. But you got Elden Ring and Code Vein? Nice. But without further ado, yeah, if y'all got any killers y'all recommend, y'all want me to play as, I will say I was being very reluctant. I was being very reluctant. Like, see, right now, I don't want to play as Alien or anybody else until I get up to level 3, because I don't want to, like, blow through my perks, right? But you know, I haven't played in a bit. I'm gonna try Nurse. Hello, Nurse. I'm also looking for a spoon because I have some ice cream. I got the wrong controller. I have some ice cream and I'm about to eat it. What do I have on here? Nurse has 3 natural perks. Oh yeah, I didn't have anything on it. Let's go Bloody Party Streamers, add-ons. Let's see. See, I don't play Nurse often, so... Blink attacks inflict the mangled status for about 70 seconds. I'll go with that. And I'm feeling extra bold today. And I want to try to adept nurse for some reason. And to adept nurse is to have only the 3 perks that nurse. 3 of the perks, nurse's perks. Forgive me, I'm going through my ice cream right now because I'm craving ice cream. And unfortunately, my ice cream spoon is in the sink. So I must suffer for a little bit. We're gonna try at least 5 games. Well, maybe not even 5. I'm gonna go 3. It really depends. I really want to get this upgraded. I kid you not. I saw an argument online about how somebody was complaining about how someone just came into the Arby's and was using the ice, like pretty much getting their ice and stuff. And one of the things about it is like, yeah, because like when I used to work at a gas station, that would happen a lot. But I guess the guy that was reacting, he was doing an interview he literally called them out mid-interview, and I'm like, I think unless there's some other problems that are going on with like loitering or something like that, like me, if the ice is free, like if the ice is free, cool, but like I've seen it where people just like take several bunches of ice cups or whatever and just walk out, not even acknowledge acknowledge the fact that you're just taking a bunch of ice. Like if I need a cup of ice, I'll just go like, hey, I would go ask for it. Even, you know, because most places it'll be free, but most places they'll be like, hey, you gotta buy something or so, or it'll be 25 cents or whatever. And I'm like, and that's normally fine, but like some people, they just like, I guess in some areas people just walk out and freaking just not even acknowledge you're going in, like at least ask first before you just start, because people are talking about, oh, you wouldn't go into somebody's house to just take their ice. And then people are trying to make the thing about, oh, a house to a restaurant. And I'm like, I don't care if it's like fast food or something like that. I still feel like it's rude. Like, I'm not trying to be all company like a company corporate guy, but like still, like, it's just like common decency. But at the same time, the guy still kind of overreacted about it. Unless there's something else that's going on that I don't know about. It's just red flags galore all the way around. I don't know how anyone else feels about it. I'm just like, I personally don't feel like, I just don't want to harass employees, right? I don't want to like poke the bear, because like, you know, as an employee to like, you know, in like the service industry, you know, I've been like, I literally had the card people that I know are way older than 30, 40 or so, because my manager would give me a hard time. And so the same could apply. The same could be happening to that person where it's like, hey, you can't have all these people coming in here, all this foot traffic, and nobody's like buying anything. And you know, like, I had some managers breathing down my neck as an employee. Their minimum wage, they have enough problems with people being douches. Like, yeah, like freaking without, yeah, I know what you mean either way. But like, yeah, it's just like, there's only like certain instances as I'm tired of my computer blacking out, or is it my capture card or what? All right. That didn't do anything. I can't find these fools. I feel like I'm getting closer. No shot, I couldn't find them. Where are they? Okay, I found one person. Is a gen being worked on or something? It's the one up there. If I can get up there in time. Wrong door. I missed badly. Aw, dang it. There we go. Where's the hook? There we go. What kind of weird POV is this? Like, seriously, what is this? Alright, it's finally some intel. But yeah. Imagine this is a bully squad. So yeah, I may not get freaking all right, so they did the one up there, that's why. Surprise. Good fake out. You missed a pipe bomb. Oh man, I'm so mad I missed that. Meanwhile, they're dropping a lot of pallets right now. Basements right here, gotta watch out. I feel like they might hit more. Nope. What a fake out right there. Oh, they did the one down there. Oh, they give me credit for the flashlight evasion. Well, if I was them, I would be double it back and hiding behind this corner. Good gracious. All right. Try to fake him out. Got him. There we go. This will be a bad game, but at least I'll get one. I should stop this chase. Bust that open real quick. Are you adrenaline gamer? Got him. Thank you. The basement's actually right here. Nope. What a move right there. No way. Thank you for your sacrifice. I'm at least break these pallets up. Come on, get up, get up, get up, get up, get up. Move. I'm gonna reset the gen progress right here. Dang, I missed that. Not today. No! How'd I miss that? Oh my goodness, I blacked out again. That's just great. I am really getting sick and tired of that. Like, I don't know why. We just cut off my thing. Entity hungry. Yeah, I don't care. Well, I definitely didn't get the three iridescent chase thing I cared about. Well, you're playing a new killer, and freaking, I don't know. Of course, if give me a second. Something looks heavy here. Here we go. gracious. Mm-mm-mm. 44,000. Is that enough? I don't know. Probably better off with a metallic spoon, to be honest. I got like plastic spoons, and yeah, it's not working out. So do we want to try again? That's the $1 million question. I don't know. I had to enjoy that ice cream. Gotta get some of that serotonin in. Da da da. Can I at least get my perks first? Apparently not. I feel like I'm better off as a survivor. Because I'm like, I could... Like, my main thing is, like, I want to be able to talk about stuff, and I'm like, I don't know what to... Like, I'm literally chasing people with a killer I don't normally play with. Like, I've been liking Springtrap because I used to play Huntress. And Odin, thank you for, I believe, the follow and for being first. Thank you so much. Also, I don't know if I asked already, but how are you today? Get to know me. Favorite Pokemon starter. Funny thing you should know. I have yet... listen. I don't tell this story often, and this is a good a good question. As much as I like Pokemon, I have not played a lot of the Pokemon games, mainly because I didn't get a handheld console until I was 18 when I bought my own, right? So I was always ended up borrowing some, or if they made it so I can be able to use it, play Pokemon on my phone, I would get some. But the main games, there's only a couple of Pokemon games that I have played and actually have been dedicated. But and and those games were Pokemon Gold. I started with Pokemon on my own. I started with Pokemon Gold. Well, let me scratch that. I had Pokemon Gold, Pokemon Crystal. Pokemon Crystal was actually one of the ones I heavily played the most out of. I have Pokemon Sun. I think I have Ultra Sun right now in my 2DS somewhere because I wanted to transfer my Pokemon from there to Pokemon Home. My sister had Pokemon X, I believe. And then had. Yes, had. Because I think that was one of the games I traded in by accident. But yeah. A friend had Pokemon Black and White. I tried that. I only played to like the first gym. I don't think I want to play this lobby. They're about to bully the crap out of me. I don't have time for it. Feels bad, man. It definitely does feel bad. I am playing a new killer, and they're about to flash, like, they're gonna flashbang me to death as somebody that blinks? Absolutely not. Just because I was good at Springtrap doesn't mean I'm good at everything else. Like, hello? I might just have to opt out and switch to Survivor, because there's no way. Like, you're out your mind. Like, maybe if I was playing any, like, if I was playing Trapper or Huntress, I don't mind. But I'm playing a killer that I don't normally play as. Yeah, no, I'm not about it. I already just had, like, one terrible match. I mean, I was catching up at the end, but if my screen didn't black out on my end, that would have been a whole different story. Which, if that happens again, I don't know what I'm gonna have to do. I might have to change, I'm gonna have to take out all my HDMIs. Either I have to change all my HDMIs out, or I have to get a whole new another monitor. Which I don't want to do, because I already need another monitor so I can see my chat on its individual screen, so I could watch y'all simultaneously. Especially when I don't have an on-screen chat overlay like how I do on PC. Because that's the main way I can see this here, is because when y'all type right here, I can. But back to my story. Yeah, I've mainly, the only games I've owned, or rather played, yeah, I could say owned, Pokemon Gold, Crystal. I had those on my 2DS. I also had Ultra Sun, but I moved that. But that's only just to move my Pokemon from the older games to Pokemon Home. I have Pokemon Sword and Pokemon Violet, and out of my starters, I got there, my favorite has to be, Totodile, Cyndaquil, and Sprigatito. And the Feetfarafet. Like, I'm mainly a fire-type starter, for the most part. I would like to be something different. I would like to, like, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet was the first time I actually ever had a grass-type Pokemon. Because the grass types just didn't appeal to me as much until Violet. Woo! Bloody Party streamers, yeah! Alright, gamers. Let's get gaming. Fun fact, hitting a healthy survivor won't make them healthy anymore. The more you know. I apologize. I must bounce. Have fun. Thank you so much for coming by. I really do appreciate it. Thank you for that good question too, by the way. That means a lot. Because I haven't really thought about, like, listen, I'm tempted to bring back playing Pokemon on stream, especially with the new frame rates on the Switch 2. So, RPD, let's go. RPD, 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 RPD. The map that everyone... Oh, that was dumb. Damn. Y'all just dropping pallets and stuff? What are y'all doing? Are you new? Sir. The logic on these, like, I don't want these people to be too new. Like, what is this? I've decided to start a K-pop AI boy band. I am not sure how I feel about that, because people are beefing with AI right now. Surprise! That is a wall. I ran into a wall. I understand this logic. So you hop the fence. Also, how are you today, Spider? I totally FOV'd myself. Where are you? Dang it. I fired it, I miss. Claudette's only giving me a chase because I misplayed here. Once I find a straight hallway. This will also work. What do we got? A bunch of AFK warriors? You're not getting this gen off. What a trick. Well, that guy's dead. There we go. Shout out to the Warriors, though. I probably shouldn't have took that vault. What was that logic? I guess this really has to be their first game. Because they're dropping, these are weird pallet droppings. They must be. I mean, that was a good little. Hey, there you go. Hope that gave them some confidence. Don't worry, it's your first hook. You'll be fine. Get out the... And this game is already a 4K. Well, at least I got a depth nurse. Literally took 2 games. I did say that. Well, I think that Jeff was just here for... Out of all the people I want to feel bad for, I feel like the Michaela was like the one that's like... I mean, no, like... The Michaela and Claudette, I felt like gave a lot of effort. Claudette was dropping pallets early, which is understandable. That's something I would do. But I honestly felt like, yeah, this must have been their first games. And against a nurse, I don't know. I don't know. Well, at least we got a depth nurse. That was a tough way to get that achievement, but we got the achievement, so. This right here, though. I'm not getting much out of this. Let's check out my quests. Do my dailies, do my milestones, Rift Pass quests. I already did most of them. Hook 5 survivors on Scourge hooks. I don't really want to... I don't feel like it. Dang, no blood party bonus? Ugh, disgusting. Oh, that's right. I was gonna try to go as adept as Claudette. Screw it, we ball. And Bloody Party streamers, do we have any of that? Oh snap, we got 3 Claudettes, hell yeah. 3 Claudettes and a Sable. Throwback to the days where I played Fable. Throwback to the days when I had cable. Now I don't watch no TV. I keep up with, you know how I keep up with all the trends and stuff? I just look at Twitter. I know people hate Twitter, but I'm like, look, that's my only source of memes. Blue Sky is like, you know, the place where it's like, I like it, but I feel like it's too, like, it's like when Squidward moved to that one place with all the squids. And I know there's not a lot of people that can, you know, like, I still don't like Twitter, but I'm like, like, my pain tolerance is a lot different from other people's pain tolerance, and that's okay. It's just a matter of just trying to make sure that, you know... Oh, versus a nurse? How hilarious. This is like... This is hilariously comical. I'm the only one doing the individual gen, which isn't a bad thing. Gosh, they're cooking over there. Good gracious. Yeah, we need to do something about that. That is for sure. Those 3... I'm not even halfway yet. I did 1 gen solo. I have yet to see the killer. Are they ranking down? Is that what's going on? Or is this Rancor? I wouldn't be surprised if this is Rancor right here. AFK nurse? Chat, I don't know what's going on. Also, I see y'all in the ad break. I do apologize. I'm keeping my head on a swivel regardless. Unless I'm part of some kind of test to see, like, okay, how fast they can get this done. Yeah, that game was a hella too fast. Oh, so they just had NOED right there? What the hell? I'm very curious. Oh, I see the hex. Get the hex! Oh my goodness, this was some kind of... Oh my goodness, what did I do? Oh, they had Unbreakable. Oh, then they get back down. Oh my goodness, this was horrible. No. This was horrible. I was not expecting this at all, chat. What? What? What the? What? I gotta see what happened here. NOED, Insidious. Oh my goodness. What in the world? Chat, I don't know how I feel about that. Yeah, that's a stream marker right there. What was, like, cause I was like, something ain't right. Something ain't right. They didn't even get the pallet I dropped for them. I was like, all right, well, you know, that was something else. That was something else. Like, I was bamboozled. Cause, well, no, I can't say I was bamboozled. Like, I literally was like, okay, this might be... This might be Rancor, right? They say, nah, we'll do you one better. Nah, they just didn't have Rancor money. Bamboozled, that's the word of the day? You mean bamboozled? I need to go hurry up and put this ice cream back up. That right there. I am so glad that I got out when I did. Sorry, this ice cream was melting at an alarming rate. I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. All right, what did I miss, y'all? Goodness gracious. I am in shock. I am in awe. I don't think I could do that again if I tried. Trying to figure out what I'm gonna put on this key. Let's go with the Ranger medic kit and yeah, let's do that. Offerings, bloody party streamers. Put on the Jake perks. And let's get going. And we got our bonus back. Hooray. Oh no, we got a bully squad. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna get tunneled out if they can't get those two. Oh man. Making it hard for me. I wonder if I have any customization options. That's kind of hard, I ain't gonna lie. But this outfit doesn't make any sense. This would be a bad time for a Bubba. This is like Bubba coded. I'm gonna take the road less traveled and not do that gen. I forget whose theme is that. Anyway, I'm just gonna do my job and do these gens. Blood favor. What does that do? Where are you? Get over here. Oh! Alright, I gotta go get this saved. That was really unfortunate because I really wanted to go for this loop. I so messed up right there, and I feel... I mean, I felt bad because that... But at the same time, that was literally the loop I wanted. What was that? No, why'd you move? Yes! Get up. Ah, damn it. Oh, dang, not the double slug. Oh, crap. All right, we need a great reset right here. I should probably just work in this gen. Alright, I need a plan now. I'm probably healing up. I see a party hat. Dragon's grip. You just need 2 gens. Where's that locker at? What's going on? Oh, that's not good. I am now panicking. Well. That's a chest. Hopefully you find a key. Or you're just trying to heal yourself. Okay, I see. And that's honestly unfortunate. Well, that's GG's. Don't they have nurses calling or something? Ow. Well. Well. What did they have? Hex Blood Favor. Injuring a survivor will call the entity to block pallets from being pulled down within a 32 radius of the survivor's location for 15 seconds. Dragon's Grip. After damaging a generator, for the next 30 seconds, the first survivor that interacts with it will scream, reveal their aura, reveal the location for 4 seconds, and then becoming afflicted with the exposed status for 60 seconds. Then they had Scourge Hook and Trilling Tremors. Okay. I definitely got there. No doubt about it. I wonder if there's more blood point offerings or something. Anyone got any DVD codes? Oh, y'all just want to be a big rock star. There we go. Did I really mess up, though? I really feel like sometimes... Looking back, I'm like, whoa. You know what I'm saying? We could have extended that game out. But the LED, I think, was trying to throw at the end there. Like, I may have thrown at the beginning because I didn't see that they were actually working right there. All right, I'm starting by myself. Trickster? Oh! Dang. Very confused how... Very confused about that. They're getting states early. Ooh! Damn. You're bold, I will say that. That was a misplay and a half. Oh, that was a sandbag move, Dwight. Well, to be fair, I think Dwight's the one that been taking the pallets. What do you mean I'm starstruck? This is not good for any of us. Friends to the end? Oh, hell no. Get in there. Come on, I need to heal myself at this point. No shot! I was already out the window. I don't want to say that was a choke job. But how did he get there so fast? That's what I want to know. Because there's no way. Gosh. That gotta be Iron Grasp or something. Extend the game. All right, let's see how they're doing. Yeah, go ahead and get your XP, because I think that's it. Can you get there? Oh my goodness. It was in there. Go back in. What a move. Oh man, this is a chase of the life. Oh no! Oh. Now that Mori doesn't make sense. Your unmatched swordsmanship, when carried to survivor, any survivors within your terror radius are suffer from exposed. Rapid brutality. Hitting a survivor basic gag gives you 5% haste for 8 seconds. Unrelenting. Friends to the end. When you hook a survivor that is not the obsession, this obsession becomes exposed. Good running through. Good running though. Yeah, that was a good run. I'm pretty sure the hatch was in main. I heard it. It sounded like it was in main for me. But also, how's it going, Alk? How's it going? You hook the obsession, another random survivor screams, reveal their position, and becomes the obsession. Well, that is indeed a GG. Let's see. I ran out of my med kits. I should have known. You can't answer that. That is understandable. I can't answer that when people ask me how I'm doing as well. Sometimes I am like yesterday I was not, I'm not gonna lie to you, I was feeling horrible. One of the biggest things that I feel like I personally struggle with is the fact that I don't feel like sometimes, and people could say, oh, I'm overthinking it or whatever, but sometimes I truly, like, you know, there's been times where you get indirectly told that not necessarily you're not wanted, because that's not the but like I need basically my thing is I want to feel more validation of like, hey, I am wanted, like, you know, when, because I know for me, like, I love when people message me and stuff like that. However, how many times I get messages, like, mainly I'm the one that has to initiate it because everyone else has anxiety over it, and I'm like, and I kind of find myself offended at that, because I'm like, I'm like, there shouldn't, like, I make it out to be like, I try to be the least intimidating person, because, you know, I could see like how I'm, like, me personally, I'm scared to talk to some people, but, you know, I still, you know, fight through it because I'm a dumbass. But like sometimes when you get rejected a lot, it's like, all right, I'm like, it's not like I'm getting rejected by multiple people. It's when you get hit with the same person. You know, I shouldn't have, I should have hurried up and gotten to the locker so I didn't get that initial sock, but here I am. I should have. Comes another wave. right, let's see where they are. It seems like it's getting closer. I'll wait a little bit more. All right, I'm making a run for it down there. Especially when you're prominently important to each other. Well, here's the thing. I still feel like sometimes I'm in the get to know you stage with a lot of people I shouldn't be in the get to know you stage for. And I'll admit, most of this comes from internet people. So if like that wasn't the case, like, you know, maybe, I don't know, with people on the internet, you could bluff so well. And I'm just sitting here like, come on, dude. Like, I actually don't have any signs of knowing, like, I can't tell. Thanks. Thanks for that. But like sometimes I just can't tell if like how much, you know, when someone cares. What a backflip, dude. Surely I'm not gonna get hit with trick pallets. We only got one. I'm not doing a lot of altruism. I'll tell you that. I'm sitting here. Snap out of it. Come on now. Sorry, I was, Good gracious, Bo got tunneled out. Bro was the only one that got hooked. Very true. You also rarely know how oh my goodness, a great skill check while reading that. Yep, that's fine. You're getting sloppy with the whoppy. Oh, swing and a miss. Oh, whoops. Ooh, with Hex Plaything too. All right. Dang, that snitched on all of them. This could just be a new killer. That might be a new person, because what the... I should have known. Ah, so close. Unless we can get a reset right here. This might be GG's. You're snapping out of it right here? That is diabolical. But yeah, sometimes I feel like what gets me the most is when pretty much what gets me the most is when I think that other people are gonna be like me. Where I'm like, oh, if you give me attention, I'll notice that, and because of that, I'll assume like the best, I guess. Sorry, be back soon. Yeah. All right. Imagine a friend appeared. Well, hello there. Appreciate the follow if that was you that just followed. Oh, what? I couldn't... Man, I'm running for my life right now. Oh my goodness, how'd I get out that jam? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. How did I get out of that jam, chat? It was me that followed. I believe that was actually the second time Aqua brought me here, but I failed to follow last time. Well, thank you so much for following. It really means a lot. Oh, he got out. A little bit of luck, the skill working in tandem. What's the play here? I don't know what to actually... Oh my goodness, I did it. Wow. Oh my goodness. What a sigh of relief. Oh my goodness. No way I was able to pull that off. That was just luck right there. Like, I kid you not, that was just absolute luck. But yeah, thanks again. It really does mean a lot for you to come up here. I appreciate everybody coming here. That whether you chatting or lurking or working really means a lot. I know that I sound like a broken record. Yeah, you get the point. Oh, we don't have to adept Jake no more. How are y'all doing on drops? Now, I saw that there was some controversy online about how drops were happening. What? What's so funny? Oh, y'all probably just, yeah. But, yeah, I saw, Emerald, who was here earlier, they were having, computer issues. But, yeah, they was, making certain drops, it seemed like, to, only for, like, people of the... Was it the Fog Whisperers, they'll call themselves? The content creators, you know, the partnered Dead by Daylight creators, so to speak. They was only having some drops where only you have to watch those streamers, and people were a bit outraged about it because pretty much it doesn't help any the small or medium content creators who play like me, who play Dead by Daylight, right? Like I play one of my big things that I've been trying to do for the past couple of weeks. Well, now I'm planning on doing it bi-weekly. Is I want to have a Saturday night DVD where each time I do a Saturday night DVD, I want to have different people on to play as and also thank you for that clip. I didn't know you can beatbox. Anyone can beatbox. It's not hard. It's a matter of doing it decently is the $1 million question. But back to what I was saying, yeah, like I like to host Saturday Night DVD at this time at normally I would do it at 9 p.m. Eastern. The only reason why I'm streaming, like I'm streaming for 3 hours already. I'm actually streaming at my old time at 7 p.m. But my main reason of I usually start at 9 now because I wanted to be more friendly to the Pacific time zones. But the main thing about it was, I wanted to do it on Saturdays at 9 p.m., right? And so with that being said, where was I at? Because I'll keep losing my train of thought. Yeah, like that was my thing for a hot minute. Was like, yeah, I want to be able to have like, I want to host like blockbuster collabs where like, you know, I get different people on like every time. So that way, you know, I get to, in theory, network with people, but the get to know you process is kind of like the thing that's annoying. Like, come on, what do you mean you need to get to know me? Like, I don't message people, like, unless, like, the people most of the time I'm interacting with people on stream, unless, I mean, of course there's gonna be times because, you know, I'm a working man, right? Like, I'm sitting here, like, well, okay, I literally work 8 to 5. It's gonna be hard for me to interact with you on stream if you were streaming during my 8 to 5 or when I'm going to bed. There's like plenty of people like, you know, I want to collab with, but they stream damn near midnight. And it's been frustrating because I'm like, well, it kind of sucks. Like, I know there's one person where it feels like I have to jump through all these damn hurdles just to be like, hey, okay, let's go ahead and finally, you know, do something. And like, it's a bunch of hoops and hurdles I don't want to go through just to have people on stream, right? Like, it shouldn't be that deep to be like, oh yeah, let me just, you know, hop on a stream. When, you know, it's not like, and people are worried about, oh, I'm gonna steal followers or viewers or something like that. And I'm like, it's weird. Like, people are being like, I'm not looking at it like like, despite how everyone says, oh, it's not a competition, and people want to, you know, make it feel like it's not a competition, but people make it feel like a competition. I personally don't think it's a competition. Right? Like, I don't want to, like, for me, I feel like if done correctly, it shouldn't be like, my thing is, okay, look, if someone's gonna be, you know, listening, hanging out on Twitch all day, and that could be the case. Like, say, anyone worried about stealing viewers ain't worth hanging out with, right? That's what I'm saying. And also, hello, Lunar, top of the time zone to you. But yeah, I'm sitting here like, okay, if a person has like a few hours of stream, right? You know, if everyone streams for like 3 hours, right? And you have easy money guy, blue hair kid, or give me a funny username. I don't have any. Fine, okay, got me an idea. So say if Solar Solar Dean comes by, you know, they get off work or they get out of school or whatever. They're like, all right, I got 3 hours to be on Twitch before I pass out. And say if streamer 1 is halfway through their stream, it's like, oh, you catch 30 minutes of them, and then streamer 2 is like hour into their stream. That person can literally just go boop, 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 hit up 3 people in that time, and it won't be a problem. You get to see 3 of their favorite people. Right, like, I'm not, you know, I'm not in the business of, you know, of stealing people. You know, yes, I want to have, like, you know, a community that, you know, I could talk to, but, like, we have several, like, there's plenty of people where I intertwine with often, and there's a lot of people that intertwine with too. You know, like, I'm not, you know, my goals are definitely different from, like, other people's goals, right? Like, some people might think of this as a hobby, some people might think of this as a job where they need to get money from. I'm a mixture of both. I'm trying to, you know, for me, I'm trying to make this a stepping stool so that way I can save up, so that way I can, like, for one thing, I want to get back into video editing, and I just can't right now because, I guess, A, the motivation, and, motivation and finding something that I can do, right? Like, already, like, right now, already this stream, I already set out a marker. This is like the first time I'm able to do this, because I actually, well, I do have my laptop. I did bring my laptop back home, but this is the first time I was like, hey, I actually have a marker here that I can go back, and the whole segment of where I had that nurse where I was like, huh. And it was like, okay, like that whole session with that nurse as Adept Claudette, that is going to be a certified hood classic right there. Despite nothing going on, I'm going to literally take that up, and then, you know, I'm going to go ahead and cut it up. Like, hopefully I have the thing set up to be able to record and have my voice audio separate from the game audio. I'm hoping that's the case, but if not, so be it. Like, with my YouTube channel right now, I don't think it's too much. I don't think it's too critical to have a cinematic YouTube video, right? Like, I don't think that's gonna be too much of a big deal, because, like, and I hope so. Like, people gotta realize, anything I do on my YouTube or on Twitch is just a matter of, hey, just put it out there for right now. And people got to understand that. It's not going to be perfect because I'll have a whole nother job, right? Like, I'm not, you know, I got to be locked in. Like, I don't get the best I could do is, you know, during my breaks, sometimes go and find clips. But I actually will tell you one of the things that I had an issue with today. I was trying to download a clip to post on my story. And when I was trying to look at the clip, the thing was like buffering every 2 seconds from my phone. Like, I have to be on Wi-Fi, and I don't want to be on the works Wi-Fi trying to download Twitch clips, okay? Nobody wants to do that. Because they'll be like, oh, what are you doing on Twitch? And I'm like, don't worry about it. I was on my break. Sometimes I'm not on my break. Like, there will be like in the middle ground or something like that. But besides the point, you don't want to, you know, mess around with that. And so, like, I just hope when people see my stuff on YouTube, I hope that when people see the stuff, they understand, you know, it's not going to be perfect until, or at least close to perfect until I have time to be able to do that. And as a busy person that, you know, drops 40 plus hours of work, that's gonna be, the best I could do is just post clips and hope. Like, right now I'm like, yeah, I'm clip farming, so what, you know? Even though people say they don't like TikTok or, you know, long form videos, I'm sorry, but the short form is what's running right now. If you really want long form stuff, make sure you like and comment on the long form stuff. Like, I'm sorry, but like 1,000 people see my TikToks while 2 people see my videos I put up. So I don't know what to tell you. You versus 1,000 people that at least saw it. But yeah, if you're stealing viewers, that means you provided more of a sense of community to your new viewers. And stealing is such a weird, like, I'm not gonna be the one to be like, oh, stealing. Like, stealing sounds so, I mean, it is negative, but like, it's not like, if anything, what's the best way to say this? I may not be anyone's Oshi or whatever the phrase is or term, but I at least want to be the point where, hey, people want, like, I want to at least make myself available to where, like, yeah, people want to hang out with me. You know, like, I don't, like, yeah, sure, I would love, like, you know, I would love to be, like, you know, someone's favorite streamer or so. Like, it doesn't, like, you know, like, that goes for my my feeling of being wanted, right? That I've been you know, what I've been fighting through. But like, right now I'm okay with being like another option to, like, oh crap, say if somebody's sick, your favorite streamer is sick or something like that, I don't mind, you know, being there to entertain people. I mean, granted, just don't tell me, like, oh, I'm only here because this person is sick or blah, 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 ain't streaming. Like, you know, don't do that. And I could be like, hey, I have, like, yeah, I have a list of streamers that I will definitely go out of my way to at least say hello and hang out for a few minutes before my phone dies. Or my phone just stops playing their video. Like, I do that all the time. Like, freaking, like, I may not be able to stay the entire time because, you know, I'm on my phone. Like, the Twitch doesn't like my phone like that. But, you know, I at least will, you know, try to farm some channel points on there so that way you get your money. You know what I'm saying? CLA makes it sound like they're not real people who make their own choices. Yeah, you're all a bunch of NPCs. That's exactly what it is. All of you and your NPC behaviors, I'm stealing you. Nah, like y'all are here for a reason, right? If you're still here, you're still here for a reason. You actually want to be here, you're here for the drops, or you're away from your computer with the tab muted and doing something else. Regardless, I'm glad you're here. Thank you. It helps knowing that I am making good company. Or not. I don't know. You could just be talking shit to me all the time. You could be hate watching me for all I know. But no, like seriously, I am grateful. I'm here to mod. Yeah, about that. I temporarily, like, I had you as mod temporarily because I feel like I don't need a mod. Like, I don't need a mod all the time, right? Because like I feel like with the way my channel is built right now, because I do have mods, but like nothing really happens. And like, you know, oh, never mind. Yeah, but no, like hear me out, because I already know you're modding like everywhere else. You know, I don't want to put that on you, like, right? Because there used to be like that one time. Yeah, I temporarily. That's why you couldn't shout out. You know, like that's also why you couldn't shout out Aqua either. I was like, oh yeah, because like I didn't want to oversaturate the shout outs and stuff. And like, yeah, I don't really need a mod like that, because nothing, like, again, for the past, like, I've been looking at it, like, the past, nothing really has happened where I'm like, oh yeah, I need to ban that guy. Like, people have been good here. Either people have been good, or if, you know, if they're a GFX bot trying to ask for C words for me to C word them, Suribot takes care of it. So yeah, I got 5 streamers that I'm really loyal to. Aqua's on my list, which does put you in a good light. Well, thank you. Aqua is pretty cool. Like, I know that I feel like out of everybody, I think Aqua is like the 3rd VTuber I met over here. Like, I think Aqua's like the 3rd VTuber I ever met, because it started with Danaru. I think I was playing, I'm not sure what I was playing. I could have been playing Fortnite. I could have been playing, I think it was Pokemon, because he was playing Pokemon. And through Danny, I met Seahorse, and then Seahorse, Aqua, then the big bang of meeting VTubers and stuff. And then I found pretty much my VTuber group. Well, it's Lunar. Like, I will shout out Lunar here. Not to call you out or anything, but like, I give high praises. About her, I think I wouldn't be as a good percentage of where I am is because of Lunar, right? And I say that to a few people. Like, there's a few people that help build me to, in some way, shape, or form, of a direction of where I want to be, right? You know, I want to be like, I want to be like them in some charismatic form, or I just want to be able to plan stuff. And I feel like I am right there. It's just things out of my control happen so much, and, you know, I fall flat. Or maybe I'm just, you know, maybe sometimes it was because I wasn't with the right people, right? Not saying like, you know, people aren't the right people, but like there's been plenty of times where I was like, oh yeah, we should collab, and we never collab because, you know, time zones, things happen, or people just say, oh, they want collabs, but it's really just for clout. Like, you know, when people post about male VTubers, or people like they need new raid targets, it's just so that way people can, you know, put in their Twitch links, but it really just feeds, you know, makes the tweet more popular and people will follow them, right? Like I peep all that too. Like, and I'm not trying to like bash anyone, like don't get me twisted. It's just the stuff that I see and I'm like, okay, like I've been for a while I've been got with the gullible juice for a while, and I'm steadily learning from my mistakes, right? And so I've noticed not to pay attention to stuff like that, especially if they have like 20-something thousand followers. If they got like 20,000 followers, but only like following like 20 people or so, like there's no shot that you're just gonna sit there and be like, odds are the people that are following you are also VTubers or streamers, right? Like, I'm not saying, hey, you should look at each and every one of them, but like right now I'm at the rate where like, oh, I see somebody follows me, I check them out before I go follow them back, or, you know, have them on watch to follow back, because, you know, that's what I've been doing lately, is because I'm not following everybody right away. You know, sometimes I will lurk a bit to make sure, because right now the problem is that people are worried about bots and stuff, and I've seen that. Like, I have 3 different messages on Twitter where you'll have your regular DMs, which would be fine, and then in the message requests, and then the spam requests. And so I'm like, luckily I was able to pay attention. Matter of fact, I'm gonna check right now while we're waiting. Not really while we're waiting, but like, I'm pretty sure if there was like anybody in my message requests. So you only got 2. Well, okay. So in my message request, I got some BS about 2 people with some same NFTs talk about account and password. Somebody calling me Professor Witch. Oh, never mind. They're talking about some cryptocurrency bullcrap. Somebody actually said I had a cute name. I'm asking what it was inspired by. And I'm like, that caught me off guard. But at the same time, I have a thing on here, right? Where like most of the time I feel like if they're not making any actual posts, if they're retweeting a bunch of stuff, and if their art looks very similar to the kind of art that I'm seeing in these starter packs. Like, I made a starter pack meme a while ago where it looks the same, their watermark is the same, and no, like, they don't have an actual watermark. It's just they type their name out. I'm like, dude. Like, their watermark is just a regular preview. Like, I'm pretty sure if like, it's a bunch of red flags there. So I'm like, yeah. And I got this one person who was following me. They seem like a real person, but they got their account hacked. talk about, hey, they reported my account instead of someone else. No, this is like, listen, I'm sorry. I want y'all to go, like, I'm having fun right now, but this is beyond stupid. Okay, this is okay. Chat. My account, my Twitter account is Freddie J. Right? They message me, hey, with 3 Ys. Normally that's flirting or whatever. I'm like, okay. 3 minutes later, I'm like, sup. They tell me, I accidentally reported your ex account instead of someone else, and I had a few friends report you, which is why I'm reaching out to check on see what the official Discord email said. I really need your help so we can sort this out. You was charged $500, but I came to realize it was a fraud, someone impersonating your ex account, because I thought it was you, which is why I trusted them. They already blocked me and deleted it all. And I'm like, first of all, I feel like that story is that whole story seems backwards, and I'm trying not to swear. Also, let me read this real quick. Yeah, those are the worst. With it clear they don't support anyone back, but make it bait posts acting like they will. Yeah. But yeah, back to this. And I'm sitting here like I'll say, if my account, that's like one of the most common scam messages. Yeah, and I'm sitting here like, well, listen, if it was my account, say if it was someone on me on Twitter, like I'll also see the message, right? I'll also see the message because it'll be in my inbox. So they reported my account and had a few other friends reported me on, like, they accidentally reported my account instead of someone else. And then also had more friends report me. Like, did they blew over to Stupid Town? Like, what sense would that make? You accidentally report me and then have other people report me as well. Then you find out it was a mistake. And I'm like, yeah, bro. Plus this isn't the first time this happened. This isn't the first time this happened. There's actually some people have been doing this on Discord. And I'm like, because the first time this happened, I was scared. Like, I was low-key scared. But then I was like, it didn't make sense. Like, cause here's the thing. You know what I did? I looked up the scenario and see if this was an actual thing. Cause I'm like, there's no way that, you know, I would actually, you know, scam people. Cause, like, one, I have 2-factor authentication. I'm pretty much all my stuff. And I'm sitting here like, if like somebody is trying to pretend to be me, like, why would somebody pretend to be me? Like, and plus, like, anytime I see like stuff like that, I was like, hey, I'll search for that scenario online, and it turns out it'll be a scam. Like, if I was born in the wrong time, I might have like I might have just went full send on that, and, you know, I probably would have gotten by that if I didn't know, wait, to look this up first. Because, you know, I know that people will, I know, like, especially with the older generations, I've seen it happen where people like will scam like the elderly, thinking, oh, like, you know, with the IRS calling about the gift cards, like, oh, you're gonna go to jail if you don't pay off your stuff, and I'm like, right. But yeah, I'm really sick and tired of this, man. Like, I'm really you know. So, who wants to play some DVD? I see a post right now. I need a sugar daddy, but instead of money, I want blood points. I'm like, just blood points? You don't want iridescent shards? Arc cells? You're wild. But yeah, anyone trying to play some DVD? If not, I'm gonna keep it real with you. I said this was gonna be a long stream because I honestly, listen, I literally planned to not stream at all this week. I felt like I was, my confidence was a little bit like, I guess it was a bit flaky. And I kind of wanted to lock in on some videos, but I just really wanted to feel social today, so that's why I'm on here today, because I was like, yeah, I really want to talk about something, like I don't know what, but like I just like talking to people, because, you know, like I feel like, you know, the main reason, like I used to talk so much, like I used to get in trouble in grade school for talking so much, but like, and looking back, the biggest things was like, well, the main reason why I wanted to talk so much was because I was terrible at making friends, because like for the most of growing up, the two people that I was around the most, like my next door neighbor when I was like when I was growing up was a troublemaker. And then you have my cousin, who I used to live by. He also got in trouble a lot. And so, and well, to this day, he's still kind of in trouble. I really hope he's doing okay. But long story short, yeah, for like I didn't know actually how to make friends, because, you know, I had bad influences for the most part, and I guess I didn't have much of a conscience to know, hey, this is, you know, I didn't know how to gauge things better, and so I think that has led to me being bad at friendships for a hot minute. Where like, and still to this day, that could also be an issue, because I'll be like, hey, if you give me enough attention, you know, I'll start like I don't know if it would be parasocial, but freaking, you know, there'll be times where I'm like, okay, if like my love language is basically okay. No, it's because the bar is pretty much set under the ground at times. My standards ended up getting too low because of how I perceived how the world was. Where if like people were like, because you know people were not really nice to each other as like how I wanted to be, right? And so if, you know, I saw somebody being nice to me and I'm like, okay, I need them in my life a lot more than, you know, what I'm getting now. And if everyone else is going to be like this and I'm like, hi, I guess I better lock in with, you know, who I got here. And come to find out, that's not how, you know, some people are just being friendly, right? But I'm also dumb. Some people, like, actually could have liked me, and I don't know. But it's a long story. But moral of the story is, you gotta... I don't know. Everyone's different, right? So, like, I shouldn't be stressing over it, but, like, I feel like at this day and age, like, the real ones would understand, right? The real ones would understand, and like, hey, like, you know, if I'm gonna like someone, it's like for a legit reason, right? And like, I feel like people gotta understand that not everyone's out here for, you know, inappropriate reasons, right? So, like, where am I at? So yeah, I just want to be able to be around people where I could have more good days than bad. Because, like, I get so tired of hearing about, it's okay to be not okay. And I'm like, I mean, that could be true, but if I'm not okay all the time, you know, I'm gonna get annoyed about that. And I know I'm going off of like several tangents, but like I'm just like, I'm probably gonna have a foot and mouth moment if I didn't already. But long story short, I'm sitting here like, well, I don't know. Let me play as this guy. Steve. Ooh, let me not play as this guy. Maybe I can play as this guy. Lava chicken. I feel the same way when people tell me you're so strong you'll get through it. Like, dang, bro, I don't want to be strong right now. No, my problem is right now, it's slightly rapid fire. Rawr. Do I have a coin? Chicken jockey. Oh. But no, one of the biggest things about, like, I'm sorry if I'm talking too much or being annoying, but like this is like, some of the stuff is like right now I feel good, right? Like I'm even keel. There's nothing's really going on, right? How your brain was speaking? Nah, it's more like freaking. So basically, what I was going through was just like all the thoughts hit me at once. Facing the lick. What is this? Who's the lick? Who is this? Who are you supposed to be? Why are you new? Oh, you're the freaking dungeon master. All right. It's the D&D guy. I'm sorry, but our session ended Sunday. We shouldn't be dealing with this no more.
Anyone there?
Stunner! What a move. All right. Oh my goodness, my screen just went dark. Thank you for that. I need to heal, and I need to heal now. Did someone else take this chase, please? I do not wish to be tunneled. Ah, hell. What is this? Play with your food? Please touch me and go. You're going the wrong way. You pick up a chest before getting me. I am literally on the ground right now. Oh my goodness, I was about to rage. Oh my goodness, if I... My nerves of steel. Oh my goodness. I'm not worried about altruism. I'm just worried about getting these gens done, because good gravy on a Sunday. Okay. Alright, so that gen's done. All right, we got a map. Good gracious, that was a secret tunnel. I mean, I don't think it was a tunnel, but good gracious. All right, I will switch out this for that. Where's the door? I was about to say, where's the stairs? Now, if I'm a betting man, they are gone. I need to find another generator so that way we don't 3-gen ourselves. But yeah, we are loaded on chests. Go ahead. Heal! Why does it not let me heal? Why is it doing that? Actually, let me get this last one real quick. I don't have to play your games. I just do my job, and my job is to do gens. And people hate me for it. Going for it. Damn it, I didn't want to use that on there. Oh, hello. What? Chat, you don't understand what I did right there. I don't think y'all understood what I did right there. Long story short, I used my specialist perk to put progress on that gen. So that way, instead of having to be at 100%, all it needs to do is get 90. I'm okay with that right there. Oh my gosh, that's a Mori?
You're a lifesaver.
You didn't bring a Mori. What is this, Devour Hope? Come on. How long can they get this loop? I hope this one's good enough for adrenaline. Oh, this one has... So clutch to do that one first. Please have adrenaline. Aw, oh, dang it. Damn it.
Join me in death.
Well, that was unnecessary. I got by one perk. No, but how were they able to, like, Mori, though? I guess. listen, how many? That is a mean range on it. I mean, I probably shouldn't have dropped pallet right there. Like, I'm mad that life didn't work out. No, they had no add-ons. All they had was Lethal Pursuer. I'm just trying to figure out how I was able to mori the other person without an offering. Anyway. Sabotage one hook within 10 meters of the killer carrying a survivor. Chat, we was right there. I mean, I'm not gonna beat myself up about it too much, but like, freaking, we was right there. All right, so you know what I'm gonna do? Do I want to do it? Plunderer's Instinct really helps out because you unlock, you reveal unopened chests and items within that are within a 64-meter range, and increasing the odds of finding an item of higher rarity. I mean, I did see a lot of great toolboxes, but to be fair, I pretty much got all the gens done. But do I want that over fast vaults so that way I can bust out life a bit more? Like, these two perks right here are great for each other. Specialist and Plunderer's Instinct is also great. I don't necessarily need Plunderer's Instinct because it's just something to sweeten the pot a little bit so I could go find those chests, because some of the times I can't find chests. Some of the chests are already opened, right? So this is like my go-to perk right here, because I am mainly the Gen Rush person. So each time you open or rummage through a chest, you gain 1 token up to 6. And then when I perform a great skill check on a generator, you consume all the tokens, and then for each token that's consumed, you reduce the maximum required of generator progress by 4. So when I open up those 3 chests that one time and hit that great skill check on that last generator I did, it dropped the progress to 12. By 12. And here's another thing that works as specialists. So for each 15 seconds I'm standing within the killer's terror radius, you know, the red stain, the heartbeats and whatnot, and you're not in chase, you gain a token up to a maximum of 4 tokens. And then when Stakeout has at least 1 token, good skill checks are considered great skill checks. Then you consume 1 token and grant an additional 1% bonus to generator repair progress. And since good skill checks are great skill checks, when I perform a great skill check on a generator, it consumes all these tokens. And that's my favorite combo wombo. And then I add a shiny coin to create 2 more chests. So yeah, people be hating me. Like, killers be hating me because, you know, I could basically, like, be a nightmare. That sounds nice. Yeah. Now, do you play DBD or no? Imagine if I bring us to RPD. I also apologize if an ad break just went off. You stopped. I completely understand. I like the new ping. Oh my goodness. Hey Luna, how's it going, Dreamer? Yeah, this is my alt outfit for Big Freddy. I don't know actually what to call this Freddy, because he's supposed to be like, I mentioned he's like the Yami Yugi of Yu-Gi-Moto, but like I don't know what to call him. Good, how I'm doing? I'm doing all right. Better than yesterday for sure, but like it's like what I always say: you have a good day and a better tomorrow, and here's the better tomorrow that I was wishing for. I really appreciate y'all for hanging out too. Like it really does mean a lot. Never would have made it. Oh my goodness, it's Amori. We're gonna die. Chat, it's so over. We're gonna die. Yami Freddy, but yeah, see, but that wouldn't make, like, it makes sense for the show, but like I don't think it doesn't sound as it doesn't sound the same.
Got to be a way out.
Got to be a way out. We got to. Ah, it's Single Larry. All the Single Larrys. 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 Now put your hands up. I just looted my 100th chest. Be proud of me. I wish to be acknowledged. I'm using every single time save for once. Going against Pyramid, I'll be hard focused. 3 hooks before anyone else would be hooked. Do you put like TTV in your name? Let's go 100. Yeah. Yeah. Now, like, who do you main as a survivor on there? That's another question. Where's the secret underground, or is it all flat? Busted. Nope, don't stream. Ah.
Back off!
I generally played Meg. Meg. Aw, damn it. Bro was plotting. I should have known.
Thanks.
There we go. Look at that IQ right there. Damn. Going for the slug, you say? I'll admit, we kind of screwed up here, prioritizing. Your genes need minor alterations. Hey, you could go screw yourself, buddy. It wasn't programmed to harm the crew. Is this a scourge hook? Man, I could go for an EMP right now.
You're a lifesaver.
You're not doing a very good job with this. It's like every time we blast an EMP, it's like dude is always right there. Good heavens. Single Larry is on it like a bonnet, I tell you. Now, does that go away, or... I'm probably gonna go home to the dream world soon. Thank you for having me. You're just saying you're just going to sleep, right? Yes, please do come by again. Seems like it. Yeah, you know, it can't be so... Yeah. No shot. What is this, Hex Ruin now? There's a Hex on the field? Chat, we're not doing so good right now. Ah, dang it. Chat, I don't know how we're doing, but we're doing awful. I simply cannot find this Hex. You know, I've been hurt all game. I will say, I shouldn't be the one that has to go across the map to get this save. But it looks like I'm gonna have to. Aw, damn it. Unbelievable.
Get your hands off me!
That is unfortunate. I'm trying to figure out what this Hex is. Well. Because I didn't get anything about Hex Ruin until after the fact. Dang, die fast, please. At least you're polite. Green perks with Dead Man's Switch. Save the best for last. Hex Ruin. How is the gameplay? I think it was... I think it was Oh, well, I'm talking to myself now. Alrighty then. So let's see what happened here. Which one was this one? When a survivor takes damage, gain 1 token up to 6. For each token you pick up, drop and hook survivors 4% faster. When you hit the obsession with a basic attack or 2 special attacks, lose 2 tokens. You cannot gain tokens as long as your obsession becomes sacrifice go. Earn a token for each basic attack that is not dealt to the accession. Each token grants a stackable 4 decreased stack to basic attack cooldown. This. Decrease biopod cooldown by 15% after slipstreaming to a survivor. You get 2 extra biopods. Survivors can use these EMPs to remove the slipstream on themselves or to briefly disable a biopod. How do I feel about that?
Where am I?
How do I feel about that game? I never saw the Hex. If I saw the Hex, I think we would have had a whole different story. Because I didn't see the Hex really activate until... Well, I didn't really work on a gen until late because I was doing chess. Because, you know, if I was able to put progress on chess, I think that would have helped a lot. But... if we have one person, if I wasn't doing pretty much, I guess what happened was if I didn't have to do the EMP disable, the disable with the EMP, the chess, and try to attempt gens, all at, like I was trying to do too much at the same time. Because I couldn't focus, like, pretty much it was decision paralysis in a sense of where, like, well, it wasn't really paralysis. I still did, like, I did what I had to do. I made, like, what I thought was common sense. Like, okay, they put a biopod, write this gen. I want to disable it so I can work on the gen so that way we don't get instantly teleported on. And I think because of that and not a lot of extra chases was going on. And then I think the one time where well, the main time was, you know, when I took that hit, I didn't get healed until late. I think it was very frustrating that it was like, well, I couldn't do anything because like, had I got healed, I think it would have gave us a good opportunity to reset. But because we weren't able to reset, I think that also did us in. Like, it was very hard for us to breathe, and that with all the pressure and Hex Ruin. Had I was able to just work as on opening chests and doing gens, I think that would have been a big difference maker. But that Hex Ruin came to play, and it kind of threw a dent in my plans. It kind of put a dent in the plans simply because I had to commit as much as I can, and I couldn't afford to it was just bad luck. Just bad luck for me. And that, and I was also looking for the castle to go underground. I think that also, I lost a bit of time on that. So that misplay looking for the castle that wasn't there. It was pretty much a flat map for the most part. That got me. And so if we're looking for that, because like ideally I wanted to use most of my progress on the gens that aren't nearby. That way, okay, everything else will be on the ground, per se. Because I know those hooks, those chests, those generators in the castle will probably be the most difficult ones to get to. So I'd rather do those first and then work with the main part of the map. But man, I think I'm a bit tapped out today. Let me see if there's anyone else on. I could play for more, but I'm starting to yawn and stuff, so I'm just like, yeah. I hope y'all got your drops too, by the way. Also, chat, freaking... I know I said I wasn't gonna stream this week, but I know next week is gonna be even a bit more up in the air, simply because, you know, I'm planning on traveling, and because of that, you know, I might not be able to stream as much as I'd like to, because I want to be able to, I want to be able to, I don't know. I want to travel out of state. Alright. Okay. So I have a raid target. And they might be raiding. They might be ending soon. But it's okay. All I know is, you know, and this is a thing that I see often. It's like, oh no, you're about to end. Like, me personally, if somebody raids me and I'm about to end, like I don't, like, I wouldn't feel awkward. Like, that, honestly, for me, I feel like, yo, that's clutch. That means, oh, okay, say, like, I don't pay attention to how many people are, you know, are here, like, right? Like, I don't have my view count on. Well, like, I don't even know how many people are here now, but I know it like, there's like a thing that calls you out when they do the raids or whatever, but I'm like, long story short, I want to be able to be like, okay, cool, you're about to go, cool, give it to somebody else while you now you have who I have plus yours, so that way your raid counts a bit more for whoever else. I'm like, yeah, you could just pay it forward to somebody else. I'm not gonna be like, oh no, like, it's not a big deal for me. Cause, like, freaking, knowing my luck, you would probably have, like, whoever I'm raiding probably is more likely to be able to find more people than I can, right? So, we're gonna raid one of my favorite people. Big shout out to Glitch Mouse. Make sure you treat them with lots of love, and I will see you when I see you. I don't have a schedule this week because I'm not sure when I'll stream again. But honestly, I want to thank y'all so much for being here. It really means a lot. Like, I am so serious, and like y'all just don't understand. If you are following me, make sure, if you're not in my Discord is now public now. You just got to scan the QR code in my bio, because I don't want to make it so it's a link, so that way people like Burn a Busk show up. But yeah, if y'all want to join, it really means a lot. That's where you'll have updates on when I actually make a schedule or whatnot. Or like sometimes, like last night, I was just chilling in there, hanging out, playing some games. But yeah, I love y'all so much, and as always, I'm Freddie J. Y'all have a good day and a better tomorrow. Until next